Biotech. How are you today? Ba, 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 da, 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 ba, mhm. Ba, 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 da, 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 da. Okay, I'm gonna want a notepad up for this, potentially. There's a lot that can go on here. Let's move this over here. Hello, Iced Tea. How are you doing tonight? Why that emote? Are you tired? Are you sleepy at the moment or something? I'm shaking some juice. I haven't had juice in a while. Hello, Jack. That is most unfortunate. Because you normally enjoy that game. So having it be unfun, not great. I believe... I don't think I want... I don't know if I actually want advancing around slash on this one. So, today's goal is understand this fight better. Also, yeah, we don't have food buffs. With no food buffs. Right, so. We've got Primal Mouse. We've got Standard. We have Enraged. Just sort of taking notes in a way of like getting. I need to understand his moveset, and obviously I'll get there just by playing. But I feel like both speaking it out and talking it, typing it out, will help me get a grasp on how he functions. Yeah, it's mostly because Theo is here, and I can't actually just hunt this thing normally. I have to not go for a food buff. Jack, look at my defense. I got 446 defense. Because we're using Mail of Hellfire from Scorned Magnamalo to greatly reduce my defense, and all of our equipment is augmented to have less defense. So that combined with not eating makes sure that the chances of me dying fast on getting hit is very high. While still having armor skills and things. Yeah, it's great. At least we turned off Theo's voice. So, got a roar. That's normal. Yeah, that's a much safer attack. So we've got lunge in with bites. Yeah, that move feels a lot safer to work with. So we got dive with both wings. Stab slash. Rear back slam. Corkscrew. Stab slash. Tail sweep up. Stab slash. Back, so slash out. So a slash out can be a back hop, or a slash out and slash in. Those are both valid options off that. Ow, I've got to die. Okay. Okay. So we have slash in, slash out. We have slash in, back hop. We have stab slash out. Okay, hey, Psychotic. And it was sunny. It was very sunny. We had a little bit of overcast and that's it. Also, I can't use Fortify, I can't use Growth, because both of those increase your defense along with your attack. We're just trying to avoid raising defense. I mean, I might be able to, but I don't know if it's worth the trade-off. Yeah, very much the case, Game God. So, hello. I wish you kept your Kinsec buffs after you died, like you do with, what is it, Longsword? Mad. Alright, well I got an item, but I couldn't roll because I was picking up the item. Madness Parasite. Alright. So, we've got the standard Malzeno, and tail, slam, stab times 2. This is all we're doing this stream. I'm not going to hunt anything else. I'm not going to build other sets. I'm just going to do this until I get tired of doing this. I don't know how short or how long that's going to be. But that is the focus for tonight. It's just work on understanding this fight. I expect a lot of cards to ramp up. That's what I heard. So sweep out and then back in, yep. Or in and then out. Out backwards, yep. Wing. Alright, so wing slam into... Oh, I got chipped by the bet. The boggies chipped me. The hunt's over. I'm just gonna abandon. Okay. I got baggied. Or boggied, I should say. We've got wing... Also, I noticed the wing rush. Into tail stab on other side, because whatever side he throws, he wing slams you with, the tail comes off the other side. So a chip would normally lead to me getting myself killed, but because I'd already carded twice, there was no point in doing so. It's a good question. I don't think it would. This doesn't. That's disabling damage reactions, but that's not flinch-free. Prevents knockbacks and other reactions to small damage. It doesn't remove the damage, it removes the reactions to the damage. So, it's no hero shield. Yeah. No hero shield. Okay. I will say, at least doing it this way, we don't have to go through the trouble of eating a meal every single attempt. There's also tail spin into air. I have to make sure, I have to see what the tell was for him jumping backwards and then slamming down with both wings as well. You got the rear back slam down. There's another one. We're just gonna take notes on his entire moveset if we can. Just so I can get it in my head. I don't think I've ever done this for a monster, specifically. Like, gone to the trouble of detailing out their moveset before. But it's what we're gonna do. That's what I feel like it's what I've got to do to be able to approach this fight effectively. That's orange. There's a question of removing the boggies first. Slash out and back. There's the wing into the tail from the other end. Hey, Typhoon. So, tail spin is a back hop. Yep. That's just a spin. Okay. Slash out and back. Yep. Stab, slash. Rear back, slam in. Yep, that's just like the old Malzeno. So, tail stab into spin. Hold on. Tail stab into spin. I'm gonna just take notes in the moment. Okay. Alright, that's the one. That's the one I'm thinking about. So that's a spin. So it's a spin. Oh, that's the wrong one I'm thinking of. Spin, jump, back, slam down. Okay, that's what that one was. And then I'll categorize them, I'll sort them by the opening move, so we can see which ones line up with similar openings and work from off of that, I think. Of course you go over there now. This map really should have had a camp on the left side somewhere. That is like my one fault. Like, I love the Citadel, but the camp locations, I'm not as big of a fan of. I've never actually tried this before. Next hunt. Actually, this one. Actually, hold on. Let me test something real quick. What happens if I throw a dung bomb at a small monster? Get rid of all of them. Does this work on boggies? I don't know why I never thought to try using dung bombs in this game. Like, normally you use them to get rid of monsters. I never tried using them on small monsters. Okay, so it works on small monsters, but you have to hit each of them individually, at least with these. It does work with bugs. You just have to hit each of them in turn. Alright. Okay, so dung is on every map, though. You can find dung on every map, so you can definitely restock. So when we get to the point of attempting this seriously, we'll have to keep in mind dung bombing specifically, well, probably all the small monsters that attack you, but... See, if I hit one in a group here... That works. All right, we found a way to handle the small monsters. That's good. It might. Let's try it. Let's say we dung him. What's going to happen? Okay, so it does make a move. The problem with dunging the Malzeno is there's no controlling what area he's going to go to. And he might just go to another area with more small monsters. And if I get really unlucky, he might just keep going to areas with small monsters. So like they're already back, I guess. It depends, I guess, on how fast they come back in a given area. So we got to spin inwards. Okay. Okay, you can also do tail slam stab ×1. So it can do it once or twice when not in rage. It can do either or. I think as we add to the moves, I'm also going to add to like rough estimates of how much of how much end lag does he have on given things. That's also going to be important to figure out. I'm just going to take all his data. We're going to treat him like a fighting game character that we can't see the data of. Spin out. So he's okay. So Querio in. Okay, I don't necessarily know if this is in rage. We'll just call this Querio for the moment. Querio stage. We've got 5 red beams forwards. Okay, that was... Goodness, was that... I don't... Hold on, I wish I could... I don't know. Don't... There was a lunge... Lunge, backflip, tail, lunge. I'll just call it that. We'll adjust it as we need to. Okay, hold on. I'm going to keep pausing. I'm going to parentheses this. Little wing flare. Because he does a little wing flare afterwards. That's probably the thing he has to do. Backwards. Okay. Then we have... Midair, Querio, bombing, swipe in, swipe out, corkscrew, is a movement tool, it looks like. Okay, we've got a small rear back. 2x paw swipe forwards. Okay. Corkscrew. Wing, and it's going to be the tail on the other side. Tail sweep. Into rain, yep. Okay. And then he's going to do it again. Yep. And he's going to flare. Okay, there's the pin. Here goes the hind legs pin with forepaws. And then he's got a small RAR opening. Okay. I don't know if this is enraged or not. We're just gonna say more Aquario. So this is where teleports are part of it. Okay, we still have the beam. All right, give me just a moment. This is gonna take initially a bit as I take notes on things. So we still have the 5 beams forward. We have grab ground into 5. What are those projectiles, like crescents? 5. I'll call them crescents. I don't know what that means. In a fan, because it comes down in a fan shape. I don't even know what to say about that one. I'll have to take notes on that one again. I'm not even sure what just happened. Okay, hold on. So that was spin upwards, clouds in circle, clouds explode outwards. It was just outwards. Okay, we've got the normal Malzeno beam into ground, expanding explosions. Slash out. Oh no, that's okay, he makes a noise. And engine starting noise. Swipe across, follow up with tail spin. With a wing flare afterwards. With a wing flare after. Okay, maybe not. It could have been just it moving. That could have been the moving animations. So we'll note that too. Just take all the notes we can on this fight. Let me... what did I do? There it is. Let me make this window a bit larger. Okay. I haven't seen him do the massive explosion that killed me once yet, I don't think. Yeah, that's gonna explode outwards. Yep. I didn't get to see anything after that. I fell off. No cooldown on that. Okay. Whoa. Okay, he can cancel, so he has So slash in, slash out, right here. I don't know if that's always something he does. We'll just note teleport cancel into this. Because that is something that just happened. We don't know if that'll always happen. Okay. That's a big one. So, spin upwards, roar. Red beams down, plus projectiles out, plus crescents out. Okay. Teleport, massive explosion. Okay. That's what got me that last time. Okay, that's a big one. So that's a big move. Then he lands, and he falls over. Okay, and then he's got that over. Lands and topples. Let's give some word wrap here so I can actually see what I'm doing. Word wrap. There we go. Wing flare. Okay. Topples. Wing flare. And that's the end of that. Okay. Sweep up. Artillery down. That's one we already have. Yep. Spin. Stab. Stab. Is that moving? No. Okay. I forgot what move that was, but he has the standard, thing of wing, shove, rock, wave? ×2. I don't know what to call that one. Small rar after. Okay. Fly forwards. Okay, we got stab out. Stab out. Looks like the beams. Okay, the beam one also has. Okay, I actually don't know which ones are which at this point. Okay, so some of these might have to be moved around because I didn't realize he was in the previous one. So, because this would have been after that. So let's go put this back in standard Curio. And then this one can go in here. We've got the jump up, slam down. Leaving? No. Okay, hold on. There was a small rar plus a flare. Wing flare. So that one has a bit of a bigger opening on it. Spin. So that one, do I have that one? That was the okay. Gotta spin back into missiles. I'm half reading my notes as I'm doing this, making sure I've got things in the right place. Yeah, that's the Choreo Bomb. Okay. Notes. I feel like this is definitely a good idea though. Mm-hmm. So he has, so far, he has 3 visible phases. He has the starting phase, then he has the Curio stage, and then pulls in more Curio, which is the powered up one. One of those is going to be... I have Agitator, don't I? I do. I was considering replacing it with Attack Boost. But... hold on, actually, let me check. Attack... this is, what, plus 20 with the 15 affinity. Give me just a moment. Plus 20 or 6% plus 8? 6%. That would technically be higher than Agitator 5. And it would be always active. It would be a little higher, but it would be higher. We'd be losing out on the affinity, but that's, yeah, that's fine. So Attack Boost 5 would come out to be higher than Challenger 5. Just let me quick check something. I could even drop the hard wind res. I don't know how important that is currently. We could get a little higher. If I was willing to drop the handicraft, I'm going to do that for the moment, because I need to see. Actually, hold on. So let's take off that. Because I want to know if white sharpness bounces. That's what I want to know. If we can get to white. So, with that in mind, what do our attack boost charms look like? I'll probably go with this one for the extra extender. For now. And I also want to check if I have amount held. It's a lot of wide range. I'm gonna hang on to that one. How many do I have now? Not enough, one more. I'm gonna need to do more hunting. Dang. Dang. That is quite the charm, I have to say. 3 sneak attack, 4 earplugs, 2 2s, and a 1. Is quite the charm. Okay, and now I can do one for attack boost, see if I can get anything more interesting. Three with Mushroom Answer and a 4 slot. 3 with Artillery 2 and a 2 and a 1. 3 with a 3 and Tremorist. You know what? All of those are probably more better. More better good. I mean, Evade Extender is nice, but still. Probably go with that one. So I have 5 attack boosts already, so we can go instead. Go attack boost 7. And we still have 1 agitator, so I'll know when that kicks in. So this is giving us what? 10% attack and plus 10. So now we're at 432. I think this might be a better deal. It just depends on how Handicraft interacts. Like, is Handicraft really that important or not? We'll find out. That's really a lot of attack, though. Coming from a glaive that's at 320 to have that much? One moment. I'm just kind of curious. I'll put the glaive back on in a moment. What happens to the attack set of this thing? 572, okay. And out of curiosity, if I put something on really weak, like 90, where does it go? 179, okay. I was just kind of curious. Let's put our poison glaive back on. Okay. I've got a better grasp on how he behaves now. I think the big thing here is now I need to take into account which things he does that are unsafe and which things that have some openings in them. So again, there's going to be a lot of pausing as I inspect the moves and take notes on them. Hey Fish, how you doing? If you guys are curious, actually, about... If any of you are curious what I'm actually... how my notes are currently happening, I'll just put them in Discord. I'll put them in Discord. You guys can all see the archives. And I don't want to put them somewhere like... in the archive channel, that's where I put... In the archive subsection, I have the talking to Aang thing. And that's what my notes look like right now. I'll just periodically update that, I guess. Hey, Demon Eyes, it's alright. We are currently doing more of this very hard hunt. Right now we're doing a lot of note-taking. Essentially seeing how all of his moves behave. And taking notes on everything so I get a better grasp of the fight. Okay. Thrust, back. Okay, there's a little bit of a safe time there. Wing, stab? Retreat to neutral. Not much. Stab, slash. So, okay, so the stab slashy ones have a little bit in normal phase. Okay, that one, so which one was that? Spin to max slap down, small rar. So I don't normally go to this much detail, Demon Knights. Normally I fight, I'll do the fight, I'll learn the fight as I go. But because this particular one has a force follower that will heal me, and I have to play in a very specific way so as to... Essentially, I can't take a hit. If I take a hit, I need to make sure I take another hit so she doesn't heal me. And because of how late in the game this is, I'm pretty sure this is like the last monster they're adding, period. Pretty sure. It's a hard fight. And so I'm taking note of every single move it does, writing it down, taking additional notes like, all right, does this leave an opening after? Does it lead into something? I'm just taking all these things, yes. I could have been done with this by now if it wasn't for the force follower being here. Okay, so that one. That was the tail stab into spin, I think? There was a spin. I think that was that. We got a rar. I'm taking a note of where there's openings right now. Slash out, slash out. Okay, there was a small rar there. small. Rar. So because they might have lots of moves, right? But because everything still has like the animations don't change. So you've essentially figuring out which ones have what they do, and is there a animation afterwards of like the monster doing something where it's not attacking me. And can I, if I get a feel for that, like what are the actual safe openings to work with? Oh, I didn't dodge in time. Right. That's alright. Like, we're not trying to kill it right now. We're just trying to learn it. Trying to get all the detail I can about it. Well, what are you talking about, Fish? Yeah, there's also that. It does change aggro because she's there. What do you mean? The wing bash into tail stab? Or something else? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really pay attention to Fusuyo so much. See, yeah. It started a new move. I don't think I've seen single bite though, but yeah. I want the shiny. Could be a gem. If I get lucky, you know. Into the slide from the other side. Okay, there's a big opening there. I died. I didn't roll very well. Okay, that was the, yeah, spin to back slam down does have an opening. Okay. I'm gonna need carts. Hey, Sai, can you give me 2 carts? If mods aren't around or are busy, I don't mind doing it myself, but I might as well ask. Might as well. There's the double input. Hey, Corvus, how you doing? By first attempt, you mean we haven't cleared it yet? Yes. We've had multiple streams of preparation, trying different sets out, stuff like that. This is the set I've settled on, and now we're dismantling the fight. Essentially studying every aspect of him, figuring out how the moves work, taking notes on them, what openings there are, before we actually try fighting him. Gosh, the music is so good, though. Oh yeah, absolutely. Theo is the reason... Theo is just always a pain, always. So stab, spin... That's not a good opening. Alright, here we go. No. I haven't done it this far, I'm not about to start. Okay, so here's Querio phase. So there's an opening here. Oh, I forgot about that one. So orb to the ground. Orb to the ground into slap. There's the bombing run. Corkscrew. Oh shoot, I wasn't paying attention to his other wing. Nah. Nope. I've got my rules. I'm gonna stick with them, and I'm gonna make it work. Okay, in Curio mode. In Curio mode, we have the, what is it? Stab slash out combo. All right, so that's a. Let me stab slash out times 2. Let's move that into here. Add a times 2. This stream is all about just taking apart this fight, learning every bit of it I can. I don't necessarily plan on or expect to get the kill tonight, but we will dismantle the fight. Alright, where's the passageway? Here it is. Also, I'm aware that I'm unhinged. Don't worry. I know. Get me off the wall. I don't know. Ice-T manages those. I should probably take some responsibility for the Gambas, but I don't. That's just like Twitch slang for doing a prediction of one thing or another for a given thing, and then people bet their channel points on it. Small RAR. Yeah. Back. Stab. Slash. In and then out. I also have Evade Window 5 on because I'm not about to do this without Evade Window. Normally, sure, but like not when I'm trying to avoid getting hit. Not in a fight like this. Okay. Oh, I didn't dodge fast enough. Didn't dodge fast enough for that. I am just gonna like walk though. We don't need to rush into battle every single time. I'll do some periods of walk as well. Oh yeah, he's going down there anyway, so I'll just go back this way. He does tend to do that. No. Usually I just let Ice-T handle that though. If Ice-T wants to put up a prediction, go for it. If not, then I just don't bother. I just do my thing. Okay, yeah, Vio did it. There we go. I don't even know what it is. Let me look. What is it? What? People expected me to beat this stream. You're gambling on a very low odd thing. That's all I'm gonna say. That's an opening. A larger one too. Okay. I'm gonna start engaging with him a bit more. Blue is believe. Looks like I don't bounce on white, which is the important thing. Okay, Querio time. Nope. Alright, that was because... So that was bombing? Not safe. Do not attack after bombing. Very not safe. Yeah, given the difference, it's. I feel like it's overwhelmingly more likely to turn out to be red. So, oh, he went past me. Oops. Oh, that's so fast! Oh, that's such a fast attack. I'm just never ready for that. It just comes out so fast. I need to see if I can see the tell for that. Because that one keeps getting me. The wing shove, where he like covers himself with the wing and rushes at you before the tail hit, is so fast. Okay, we're over there this time. I feel like when I do the actual runs, we'll want to actually have dung bombs to make him leave this area, because you can inadvertently have the building crash down and spawn an invisible Vigor Wasp or just green birds from fighting in this area, so we'll not ever want to actually fight him here. Spin. Too early. I got hit by the tail end of it. Also shiny. Oh, it's a barrel bomb. Alright, I got myself in a bad spot there. I think we want to get rid of Tetraseal. That's a very long move to lock myself into. If I'm not careful. The other one is shorter, I believe. You're going that way now. Nope. Going this way now. What I'm most looking forward to is finding out how many gems we'll get over the course of this fight from picking up shinies. Over the course from just learning it and the occasional shiny drops. Tetris? What about Tetris? Where'd Tetris come from? Oh. I don't know, maybe I did. Okay, that's fine. Does this hurt me? No. Phase change is safe. Oh, that hits really far behind. Okay. Oh yeah, Tetraseal Slash or something, yeah. Okay, so on that move, you really don't want to be on the same side the tail swipe is coming in from, because it's got a big hitbox. So that's good to know. Don't be on that side. Don't be on that side. Okay, so take off Tetraseal. Yeah, it takes too long. This one might be better. Ba-bum. Shiny. Well, there's one. I'm just going to return from quest. We'll actually attempt it on one where I don't risk getting healed. That is his rare drop, yes. That was probably a 1% chance of me getting that off the shiny. So I would say yes. That is the correct statement. I will go back in and actually attempt it. I didn't expect to just pull the gem off the ground. Yep. Shines like a red moon. It's a bloodstone. Probably can't see anything with it yet. Yeah, no. You know what? I don't know. I'm still thinking about self-improvement. Like, maybe the defense up it gives you isn't enough to actually matter. Maybe it wouldn't matter. Okay. Okay, so handicraft, less important than before. Which is good, honestly. Biggest whiffs. That's an opening, though. I'm dead. No, I'm not. That's an opening, though. Decently long one, too. Don't overcommit. Okay. So, slam down with lingering AoE. Got it. Lingering AoE. I hope you're all doing alright tonight, this evening. I always go the wrong way for this one. Oh, look at him. He's got really pretty wings. Spin? Yeah, it's got a good opening on it. Right, we don't need to retreat from this one. That's also an opening of itself. Oh, you're up there now. That move doesn't cross ledges. Good to know. Oh, how'd that miss me? There we go. Got the orange extract. That's an opening. Get behind him. That's not an opening. Oh, dang. Alright, we are slowly getting a better feel for it. It's taking time, but we are getting something. And that's the important thing. It's too warm in here. It's warm and humid, and I don't like it. Hey, does this hurt me? No. I don't know where I am. I still don't know where I am. Help! I didn't know what was going on at all. Right? Explosions outwards. Haven't figured out where they go yet. It's so fast. That's so fast. But it's okay. Yeah, I was super lost in there. I'll pick them up, fine. It'd be nice if I could send them out for afflicted parts, but no. Ba, 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 bum, bum. Over there. I have no more stakes. Alright, gotta get more stakes out of the box then. Out of storage. I have an empty slot? Forgot. The wind res one, that's right. I might look to replace the wind res with power prolonger. Big attack. I need to figure out a better way to handle that one. Yeah, I should get the rations, you're right. I forgot the rations are in the box, but even so, I'd rather have the steak. The box is not at this camp, I guess. It's alright. Or I'm blind, that's also possible. Yeah, that kind of blind. True. That is the case. Slide. I like that the poison seems to be going off pretty often. That's how. Alright, I was on the wrong side. I tried rolling out. I probably rolled too early and it still caught me. That one, I think that might be the most dangerous overall currently, is that move. If you're on the wrong side, it's really hard to get out of the way properly. What time is it in EST time at the moment? EST time now, it's 5. Alright. At most, I'll go for 3 or 2 hours and 40 minutes more. Because that's when cscolley streams. So, we're just going to dedicate this time until then. On this fight. Which should be fine, given how much focus this takes in the first place. That lingers forever. Do not be in that area. Okay. That move lingers a long time. Big lingering AoE. Do not remain in the area whatsoever on that one. That is just bad news. There again, I wish you would spawn to the right side more often. That would be nice. Drop more stakes. Okay, that's nice. I'll get them next time. Rolling in towards his body seems like the way to go. I hit him with the bug. I love how his like tail claws expand outwards when he goes for the lunge. It's really cool looking. F. Yep, there he goes. Yeah, after the top, he goes down pretty fast. This thing is fine on sharpness, honestly. Yeah, with this hunt though, we went from feeling interested in it to feeling despondent over Theo, to feeling like we had a set, to feeling frustrated, to now where it's like, alright, you know what? We've got something that'll work. I think this setup will work eventually. It just comes down to learning the fight now. Now that we have something that's in the realm of working. Careful to go into poison. I'm pinned. Nom. Nom 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 dead. At least the pin kills you. At least the pin kills me. For sure. Oh. How does he arrive? Flight? Yeah, just flies over. And then dives for it. Well, I got paralyzed by a bug. Alright, so now we have two areas we don't want to fight him in. The one with the pillar and the one with the bugs. Because you can just randomly get paralyzed by a bug and then you're dead. Hello, the Digi Artist. I don't remember your name very well, but it's not a first message, is it? Is it? Maybe it is. I don't know why I didn't say first time in person. But yeah, hello. Following since July 4th, 2021. Alright, maybe you're not new. I've been around a while. I just don't remember. It's fine, iced tea. Alright, you know what? You gotta remember to get steaks. Right now, Duty Artist, we are just learning the fight. I've gone through several different set iterations trying to settle on what I want to work with. I've gotten frustrated at Theo a lot. I've settled on a set, and now we're just learning the fight. Because Theo sucks. amazed that didn't hit me. Hey, we're over there now. Okay. I either need to roll backwards or do something else, but not that. I keep going sideways, and you can't go sideways there. I'll try backwards, or potentially vault, but I feel like it's going to hit upwards too. So I'll try rolling backwards this time. Next time. Hi, Yalan. There we go. Don't leave. Don't leave. F. I rolled into it. Came out a little later than I wanted it to. What is glowing on me at the moment? Oh, peak performances, I bet. That's probably the glow of peak performance. Oh. I do like that this is a fight with no other monsters around, though. That means you don't even get the option to use Wyvern Riding to make it easier. Like how we did with Scorned. Well. If it didn't kill me, I've got to abandon. It's the last cart anyways. We're just leaving. I like how Coalescence activates when we leave because the status goes away. It is amusing. Ba 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 bum. Alright, good start. Good spawn. Didn't bring stakes again. Next time. I'll remember next time. I wonder if if it's worth using the one that makes you jump up and then back down. Like, it's a very long time, but if he's roaring, it might be an opening. Rolling in worked. Rolling in worked on that one. Rolling in is the option. A big delay on that. Good hits. Oh, bad. Kill me. Kill me quickly before Fio heals me. Just in time. Just in time. I saw it coming off. She almost got the heal. Alright. So we lasted... we lasted 3.5 minutes. That's not enough, but it's still better. Maybe for when we're actually trying to fight him, because I think I've hit that point. It's like, you know what? I'm actually trying to learn, you know, just from the hands-on experience. Where do I attack? Where do I not attack? All that. Get used to the actual time. Oh, okay. So that had a really big AoE. Slash hitbox. There was just a lot there that I rolled into an active while it was still active. Which is not good. I think next run, I'm gonna try putting Fortify on and see what that does to my, does that, will I still die in one hit to some things? I was so lost. Resist the beams. I'm dead. Right. Stayed in place a little too long. Owie, ow. Yep. Yes, cart is indeed needed. I agree. I do need the cart. Thank you. Okay, let's try a little something here. Mostly because I want to see what it'll do to my attack and defense values. I'll probably take Supercharge off then. Or Growth off, just for the sake of the testing. Oh, Supercharge is on there still. That's good. I need to see how that impacts my defense. It says it's like, what, 15% defense each time, which is still potentially a lot. So, I didn't get stakes. I didn't get stakes. Again. We've got 432 and 446. Okay. So it should go up by like 43 attack each time. And 66 defense each time. So we're gonna like 132 more defense. That might be more than I want still. We'll see. You can roll through that, okay. Can I do this under him? Yeah, I can. Maybe it's not a good idea, but I can. He went for her instead that time. Two? Okay, that's an opening. Second one. I didn't mean to do that. That's an opening. That was too far away for, but it was still an opening. Oh, I don't like this. Okay, fully enraged. It's the beams. Okay. That is the first time we've done a rotation, an area change, I think, without taking a hit. And he's in his third phase. His third rotation, whatever you want to call it. I'll take that as progress. I kind of need more stamina, and I'll have to go back to the box when I die, I guess. Yeah, a little bit of progress. Don't overcommit. Okay, he did that one. So the double slam has got a little more to work with. Right. Okay, I don't want to fight down there, Theo. If you want to fight him down there, you're welcome to. Okay, the beam is a good opening. Okay. I think I just rolled through the explosion. It's not as big of a knockdown of time as I would hope it to be. I need more stamina really badly. Ah, there it goes. That was too slow. I was too slow. Alright, well now we can get more stamina though. So, that is progress. And I took note. Our attack went to 467 and 527. Yeah, that lines up. It really depends, I guess, on like how much the extra defense from Fortify makes a difference. I could also use a different glaive that's not poison. Like, part of this is the fact that I have double poison duration. We could just do a raw glaive. Given how high the attack stat is on this thing, with like it being a 320, we could lean for more attack instead. It's something to consider at least. I'm dead. Not dead. Not dead. I'm dead now. I am dead. Alright. Fortify definitely didn't matter there. So now we have a lot more defense than I would like to have. We'll see if it actually matters or not to have 609 defense. Still though, after double Fortify with Mail of Hellfire, 506 raw from a 320 glaive is quite a lot. So I might look over our glaive options and see if I want to work with anything else. Part of the benefit of this is that it's got 2 2s and a 1. Well, 2 2s. The 1 is for poison. But the double 2 is useful. So I'd have to get another glaive that has good slots at least, which is my limiting factor. Oh, I knocked him out of it. That's the first time that's happened. That's the first time that's happened. Progress. And sharpen. So knocking him out of it that way returns him to the old no Curio mode, rather than just stepping down to some instead of lots. Alright, let's sharpen. Okay. I am definitely going to look over the glaive options though. The poison is nice for damage when I'm not there. I don't know how much it comes out to. Like, he's not really weak to poison. It's just kind of there. So we're going to have a look at our different glaive options. I almost got hit by that. Yeah, if you dodge correctly and you're on the right side, you don't even have to get out of the way. Oh, I got stuck on his body. I couldn't get out of the way because I was stuck on his body. All right, that's promising though. That's the best we've done so far. It's promising. No, I'm not worried about it. That's a significant improvement. I don't think we're anywhere near close. Just knocking him out of it does not mean we're close. That was just that's going to happen multiple times over. I'm fairly sure. Right, glaives that have at least 2 2 slots compared to what I currently have. 330. We own this one. 330, so it's got 10 more raw. It's not a huge improvement, but it's there. Not enough slots. Well, actually, it can be just a 4 slot because we have 2 evasion ones on there. But Dragon's not great on him. That's going to be whatever he is. Not enough. We have Lucent Narga. It needs Handicraft, though, which we can't really make work at the moment. 320, a 320. Not enough slots. Less raw. Little more raw, little more affinity, more sharpness. Toby's is an improvement. Okay, let's keep going. I still rather have Toby's got more sharpness. Garangolm is 360 with the slots. And level 15, but it's blue sharpness. Oh, I have no idea. Oh, how many times? That was the first time I've done so, Maritastic. That was our first time getting that far in this hunt. This has higher raw, but it's blue sharpness, which means lower multiplier. And potential risk of bouncing, so we'll hold off. Bug. 330 and good sharpness. Toby's probably better, though. Nahabra there. Scorned Magnamalo is too little blast. We have it. Sorry, too little sharp. The sharpness is too low for my preference. Demon Lord Cudgel has the slots. It's got lots of purple. I don't have a Rajang Heart, though. It's got great purple sharpness. It's got the 330. It's got the slots I want. That's what we've got on at the moment. Velkhana is no slot. Dragon, not enough slots. Okay, I think if I was, so I'm just no. You haven't missed much. So this was our first time I see that when he was in his third phase, that we knocked him out of the third phase rather than him like doing his nuke. We got the actual knockout stagger sort of thing. So then we died. And I was considering, all right. Just based on what we're working with, are there glaives with higher attack that we can still gem in Invasion 2 onto? Because he's not very weak to poison. I just kind of had poison just to be there. Because it seemed like a solid glaive, and I was just looking at other options to see, is there anything I would rather work with? And I might swap to the Kimura glaive, because we already own it. It's got more sharpness to work with, so less sharpening. We could even, if we had another evade window 4 slot, we could put it in there and we could slip another skill on top of that. One moment. But that would mean I would need... that would mean I would need one of these, which is a bunch of Lazarite jewels, apparently. 7 Lazarite jewels. Those are kind of expensive, aren't they? Yeah. It's a lot. So you get those from high rank hunts. I might go scoop those up, actually. This one is slightly augmented. Not augmented, no. It's not. I mean, it has it unlocked, but there's nothing on it. A moment. Apparently... Apparently this one is solid for labs ranks. So I was just checking to see what rank of quest you need to do that. To go for labs ranks. So I don't remember. I know it's like late HR, but I wasn't sure about elsewhere. So I just had a quick look. I'm gonna do that real quick because I want to go for that glaive, get a little more attack power out of this, and we can fit in and slightly more skill. So we'll do this multi-monster hunt real quick. I didn't eat, but you know, it's fine. Nice. You put the Griazuchi to sleep, that's kind of funny. Still asleep. This is actually intentional, because I want to hunt the small Azuchis without the big guy there. Get him out of the way. I don't know if you can summon more or not. Ow. No, there's more. They came back. Okay. Sharpen up real quick. Just doing this to get some jewels. That's alright. Do what you need to. Crud. Got him with the bug on the reach around. Hello, Tuxedo. I remember you from Colley's stream. Hi. I die. I die. We're currently working on Primordial Malzeno, as you can definitely see by the thing we're fighting at the moment. It's not your fault, it's alright. Quick question. What is your experience so far? Like, how much of Rise/Sunbreak have you played? Nice for poison right away. I just want to get a feel for like where you're at with things. I'm dead again. What is Roggy doing to me? Hello, Mike. I'm expecting him to be a little easier to handle, and he's not. I'm just kind of like playing bad. All right. I really should have been before the hunt, but oh well. All of Rise Story, MR3 on Sunbreak. Alright. Fair enough. So we're definitely farther ahead overall. Near the end. I think we're like roughly near the end of things, but my big things are not having spoilers about things, which I don't think will be an issue from you in the first place. And as Colley probably mentioned, I do no healing. I try to beat as much of a given game as I can without ever healing. And with Rise and Sunbreak specifically, every single new uncleared hunt of the standard, you know, village and hub and all that, a random person in chat gets to pick the weapon type I have to use for that hunt. And so my current one I'm doing, I have Insect Glaive for. So I have to do it with an Insect Glaive. So we were just doing this one to get some materials so I can change some things around a little bit. Yeah, what weapons do you enjoy in Sunbreak and Rise and stuff? Is this your first one? I don't know. Alright, give me at least at least two lazurites. I'm willing to spend coins to buy the rest. One. Okay. I'm gonna save this as a set and do it with Lance so it's faster. What are you confused about? I see. What confuses you? Probably title update stuff would be my guess. That's my best guess. Or event quests. Either events or title updates, I'm not sure. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes, crouching shot. The only one? Like, crouching shot is great, don't get me wrong. But, like, do you not use the counter shot at all? Mm-hmm. I'm gonna hit the rock, aren't I? Nope, dang it! Yeah, counter charge. Oh, really? Counter charge? But, like, you can't use charge unless you swap off of the crouch shot, right? I mean, if you're doing so, then that's fine, but, like, I suppose if you're running both of them. I play everything, but Lance and Gun Lance are probably my biggest loves. At least in this game, I'm going to sleep. Thank you. Ah, wrong button. Really? What do you mean stinky questions to ask? We're not necessarily taking a break. I'm just doing this quest to get Lazarite jewels, because I'm making a slight adjustment to the set. And I need Lazarite jewels. Which means doing either HR stuff or low MR stuff. And I was like, you know what, we'll just do this one. Oh. We're just getting some decoration jewels, some Lazarite jewels. Yeah. Like at this point, because I know I'm close to the end, like the main things I don't want to know about at this point, I'm not saying the only thing, like the main things I want to find out for myself still are like, obviously what the monster and fighting set and weapons are going to be like, decorations I don't know about, and anything anomaly related, because I know there's still like 140 levels worth Prime Max. I don't know if I'm gonna go all the way to max before I'm done with Sunbreak. Like, part of me is just like, oh, I want to know, like, what do we got at the end of this, you know? But at the same time, that's a long way up. Giving me Kutku grind feels on that one. I'm dead. Yeah, that's true. And part of that was just because ease, like it was easy to do compared to other things. Alright. Give me more lazarites, please. See, I feel like the system sort of does. Like, not 100% of the time, but you need to level up monsters to get their different parts to show up. So, like, early on, for example, like, it encourages you not to by rotating the target monster. But at the same time, you need to level up your given monster, you know, your given quest to get it higher for more things to show up. For more options to show up. So it's possible that I was been approaching this the wrong way. But just part of the experience, yeah. Give me more. That's better. I got 4 this time. Alright, I think I need like 1 or 2 more, so if so, I'll just buy them. Okay. Evade window, needs 2 more. Yep, I'll just buy the last 2. Mm-hmm. Okay. And that means we also might even adjust the set we're using, to be fair, now that I'm thinking about it, because so now we have another slot there. This thing is already augmented with +5 attack, which will help. Afflicted Fangs, Dire Horns, and things we don't have to get up to 20. Afflicted Shells, huh? Can I get 2 shells with what I have left? No. Okay. I kind of want to like upgrade a little more. This gives you nothing. This gives you +5. We couldn't get to there or there yet. So we could get +5 there, and then Afflicted Fangs for another +5. It could add 15 if I really wanted to, which bring it up to 345. And all the way down there gives you +25? Would be quite the nice boost, to be fair. Yeah, there's +20 on that. And plus 40 if you go all the way down there, which we can't do. That's a lot of raw 375. It's like 390. It's almost 400 base when you just go all in on attack. Anyways, different glaive. Actually, one more question here is not that. Do we make it look different? We already have the brush. So defender. What about the magical girl one to go with the sailor set? I might go for that one. I do like this one, to be fair, even with the flag on it. Yeah, sure. Let's go for the this one. This one. Yeah, that's perfect. I don't know that I actually need to go for a double color one for this hunt. I think I'll try going with one of the other ones. Like, we're not going to focus on, we're not going to use the charge function of it all, but like if it gets a charge up, we might as well hit harder with the charge. And then, oh yeah, also I need to consider, if we're not using poison anymore, the main thing this bit offered us, it had weakness exploit augmented on. It has, let me take this off real quick. We had an evade window on it. So really it just had peak performance and weakness exploit in a slot. The peak performance is nice. However, I was gonna say I can just put it in here, but flawless. Proceed anyway. Okay. Which means this can be replaced by something else. What that something else is. Omnio does have the weakness exploit on it, but it would be leveled up. Just having a look and a think. Gore is definitely a tempting option. Hey, Syphonia, for 3 agitator on it, which would push us back up to 3. It would push us up to 3. Potentially. How's this, though? This is also a solid contender. Low slots, but just max Razor Sharp right there. I might go Astalos. They are silly legs. That they are. Let's check to make sure nothing else stands out. Affinity, evade window, which we could then take a gem off of for. I think I'll go this, and lower base defense too. Let me use those. Because that means now we have more crit. And that also means... What does that mean? Hold on. Evasion plus, evasion plus. Where's that 5th evasion? Oh yeah, from this, I guess. Is that because... Was there an evade window coming from the, yeah, from the... That's right, it was because it was gemmed into the legs we had earlier. I understand now. That makes sense. Okay. And then, now that we have that, we can augment them for lower defense. Except we have no amber. I need 1 basic amber essence. Can I afford that? Terrible use of coins. Now for this silliness again. I look for a good negative defense augment. Really? Dragon conversion, huh? Interesting. That's too much defense. Master's Touch. Need that negative defense. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. That's something. We can do better, though. Good luck. And 1 less defense. Okay, we can do better. That's not better. That might be worth taking the +2 defense on. Hey, Demonized. I might take the +2 defense for attack boost because I can get even a little more out of this set. This is really valuable. That means we can take an attack boost off of this and go... That means we can add Expert. It's good. We shifted some stuff around. Yeah, so that means we've got more affinity now too. I would say that was a worthwhile exchange of skills of stuff. Okay. Yeah, we optimized our set slightly more, is what happened. Honestly, if it was anything other than this hunt, I would take the good luck. But I need to consider everything here. I forgot the stakes. 448 and 444. So this is 2 less defense than we had with the Chameleos legs. And 16 more raw. Nice. So less defense, more raw, and better, more affinity is the main thing we got out of that. We also managed to get more affinity. More raw and more affinity. Figure his head is gonna be where red is, his hind legs will be orange, and the wings is probably gonna be white. Kind of went the long way around here, but oh well. It's also a lot faster, which is good. Yeah, wings are white. Kill me. Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. It's why I have her voice muted, because I see noticed it every single time. She'll just say it out loud over and over and over. And it's like, nope. So 489 and 525. Yep, so we effectively have 2 less defense. So before, after 1 fortify, we had 467. And now we have 489. He's also moving down there. I guess some of it has to keep in mind is like I didn't really take into account the red birds before, so there's some variance there, but still. Yeah, it's not too much trouble to get all 3 without the bird. Without the bird? Sorry, what am I saying? Without a double bug. I might as well throw it at him if I have the charge, you know? I'm gonna reset. I always forget about that one. Well, yeah, I'm just gonna reset, but still. 530. That is a lot of raw to have. Ba, ba, da, ba, ba. All right. Alrighty. We will get this eventually. Woo! Jump. Yeah, this bug flies a lot faster, which is honestly really nice. Yeah, rolling in is the way to go there. No, I overcommitted. Oh, it's so fast. You really don't have, you just have to sneak little bits and pieces in, I feel like, on this one. It's just so easy for it to go wrong in an instant. Bum. Out of the way already. I might as well try to go for the KO if I'm using this bug. I couldn't see. There was a tower in my way. I would say less chip damage. Like, there's definite openings to work with, but there's not many of them. And I'm still getting a feel for where those openings are and how to use them. So... No! Oh, it's so fast. It's just so fast. Yeah, so my stance on that, on like, you know, getting my damage in and all that, is usually if I time out on a hunt, that means I know how to survive, and I need to work on my ability to actually get more damage in. So, essentially a hunt taking a long time. If I take a long time and survive through everything and time out, that means I know how to survive in this hunt, given that I didn't, I lasted for 50 minutes or whatever, which means at that point it's like, all right, how do we start optimizing this for damage? So I'm not generally concerned or too concerned with fitting in all of the attacks I can if it keeps me alive. If timing out becomes an issue, then there's, we got something else to worry about. And timing out has been an issue in some of the earlier games. GU with some of the EX hunts, time was 100% a concern. Do you remember Silverwind G5? With the Silverwind, Red Helm Silverwind? And how I decided to do that with raw dual blades? And we nearly timed out on that. Okay, yeah, it's not a big deal not having a double color bug. It makes it a little easier, but like, it's not a big deal. There we go. And then I was too far away to take advantage of it. Oh, I'm amazed that didn't hit me. I'm glad, Vio. Glad to hear that. Do you mean like this particular stream in general, out of other streams? Out of other ones I've done? Just because of the fight and stuff? Oh no. In. Nope. In is bad. I've got to roll out, maybe? Alright, so I've got to try rolling out, and I've got to try vaulting as potential thing. I don't know if the vault's going to be fast enough, though. It's going to come down this way. That move is probably the scariest one now, I think. They did, and they missed it. Give me something else. Gosh. dead. I was trying to get the red buff and I died for it. I need to worry. Yeah. Yes? Yes, Demon Eyes? Oh, are you saying am I angry? No, I was just repositioning and I bumped a plate from my meal earlier, that's all. No, not angry. Just repositioning and being clumsy more than anything. I don't feel the slightest bit irritated right now. Not one bit. Nope, turns out that's not a good idea to dodge that attack. Alright. That one doesn't... That's not a good idea because you can just get grabbed. I got pinned in midair, I feel like. Yeah, so what happened there is it didn't move. I knew there was going to be an orb traveling along the ground at me, so I decided to try doing a vault over it and attack while it was doing so. And I got hit by its pin attack as that was followed up while in the air still, and so it did its grab move and I just died. Got consumed. Not really. More like, because he throws you to the ground afterwards. Like, he just bites you and saps your health away, and then tosses you to the ground. So I think it's like, maybe drinking your blood, perhaps. Sapping life force. Because that is the kind of creature this is, I feel like. What was that for? I'm trying to think of the context of that. It would have been a large monster in a small area, but like, what? What was the context in that one? It could have been an Uragon thing. Okay, the forelimbs also give you white. Forelimbs and wings. There's a lot of them in there. Not all of the quotes are mine. Plenty of the quotes are of other people. If you want to see more of them, though, that's the command for it. Yeah, that's a valid use of that one. Crystal Beard in the pillar room. Don't remind me of that horribleness. Gosh, I love his music. Oh no, gotta kill me. Kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me. Thank you. He's probably gonna move, so I'm just gonna move there in advance. Wrong. He's going that way. This way. Okay, Ice-T, I'll see you around. Vio, it's up to you to put the cards in, unless you're not available, in which case I'll do it. Oh no. I got pinned again. F. Alright, now we're going this way. $5.51. Okay. Not the... He's not in teleport phase yet. I rolled too early. We're struggling, Barthas. We're improving, but we're still struggling. It is a slow improvement, but it is still something. So, what I'm sure you're aware of Primordial Malzeno here, Barthas. What our effective setup is so far is using Sinister Garb. Yeah, that's the point though. We're using Sinister Garb because Mail of Hellfire greatly decreases defense and greatly increases attack. Because Fio is part of this quest, we want to make sure that if we do get hit, that we don't live. So she doesn't have a chance to heal us and make us fail the quest. So we're using Mail of Hellfire to drop our defense. We've augmented all of our armor to have negative defense. Except this, which got an attack boost on it. And we're not eating, so we don't get the extra 50% HP. So we're just at 100. We don't get food buff, but we also don't have the extra health. And, yep. So, just a note, right? This weapon is normally 330. We have just a little bit of augment to make it 335. We have attack boost 7 and Mail of Hellfire, which takes it from 335 to 448. Which is a lot. It's a lot of raw to have on your insect glaive. And if we hit Fortify twice, it pushes it into like the low 500s. And I was worried about Fortify giving me too much defense, but he still hits hard enough that it doesn't matter, and it doesn't make enough of a defensive impact for it to really matter. Oh yeah, also all of our equipment is level 1, so we don't have extra defense from that either. I'm contemplating putting growth on the glaive as the rampage decoration, because it increases your attack and defense as time goes on over the hunt up to 20 minutes. But I haven't lived 20 minutes yet, so I'm just running supercharge for now. I keep going the slow way to get to him. Go this way. We were using a poison insect glaive, but then I opted for this one because it has higher attack and better tartness. After seeing how much attack we had on this, I was like, you know what if we had more attack? And he's not weak to poison anyways, so... And it let us draw a little more out of our set. Gotta delay the dodge on that one. Get a bit of stun in. It's so fast. It's just so fast when it does that. Probably this way. Yeah, so now we're at 489. Honestly, Fortify does real work on any setup when you're doing no heal. It just... Like, obviously you're trying not to die in the first place, but it definitely helps when you do make those mistakes. Oh yeah, we also have his gem already. One of the early first hunts. I got hit by a bug. Kill me, please. Come on. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. The small monsters are a significant element of randomness where it's hard to control them. Like, the only real thing you can do is dung bomb either them, which is kind of hard mid-fight, or dung bomb the Malzeno and try to move them to a better place. But anywhere there's small monsters, there's just the chance that one of them decides to you know, tap you or something. Oh yes, the small monsters are closer to the old world, to pre-world, than they are to Worlds versions. Worlds just like never bothered you, almost ever. Whereas in this, it's not as bad as older generations, but it can still be bad, especially Bofangos and Rhinopolises. Alright, I think we dung bomb him out of this area always. That's the second time a bug has hit me while fighting him in that area. So I don't think I've ever had a fight in that zone without taking a hit from a small monster yet on this fight. So dung bomb there. Dung bomb. Solid stakes. Oh, I almost have like none. I need to get more. Oh, also we put away our Armor Charm and Armor Talon. That's another thing we did. All right. How do you get more? I've never actually seen how you get more of this. I'm sure there's a better source of this somewhere. I forgot you can do this. I don't actually know where to get this. Aside from gathering, it's gotta be somewhere you can farm it. As like a byproduct or something? I can't buy it with coins, can I? I don't think so, no. Alright, let's try some different things then. I don't actually know where this might come from. Let's just put in for things that I don't have much of. And hope for the best. That's a lot of thunderbugs. I just realized I don't have any. It's like, well. Blind? There it is. I have dung bombs. I've got like 40 of them. Am I actually blind? I've gotta be blind. There they are! Okay, I do have some. Also, I'm gonna use the restroom one moment. I will be back in just a moment. Thank you, Demonized. I was muted. As I was saying, Kensui, nice to see you again. It has been a while, as you said. Sorry for being gone so long. I kind of was stuck in the restroom for a bit, and now I am not. Now I am out of the restroom and feeling a little better. I'll probably go for like an hour more. It'll give cscolley time to start stream, get past the stream intro, get more attempts in on this. And then I'll have some food and stuff. Okay. It's really long. What I mean by intro, I mean more like get past the initial music and loading screen bits to where he's actually talking. That's all I mean. Not like the whole time of how long it takes to be in game, because that actually is forever. I overcommitted. Just once. Nice going down there. Okay, I feel so like I guess areas 4, 12. Is that 12? What area is that? 10? 4, 10, and 13 are areas we don't want to fight him in. Because 13 and 10 have Vespoids in them or whatever. And 4 has the Crumbly Tower. So let's see if we can dung bomb him out of here. Okay, not too far away though. There we go. Go away. Go away. Now, will he leave is the question. I don't know. He might not even leave. There he goes. That's better. Okay. Yeah, the dung bomb strat is the way to go. Get him into better areas to fight. I almost took a hit there. Oh, the whiffs. Okay, if you're close enough, rolling in works. But you have to be close enough, otherwise it catches you. I'm also respecting his the outwards hits a bit too much. Like if you're on the other side, you don't have to worry about it at all. Okay. Hi, Serenius. Good to see you. Yep. Man, that hits so fast. That just hits so fast. I'm not used to it still. Can I have a cart, please, Siren? Yes. Or Vio. That works too. Oh, nice flash bomb. Okay. Okay, yep. This is your sleep time. Rest well, demonized. See you around for trials tomorrow, perhaps. Or just Destiny tomorrow, I guess. Hopefully. A part break? That's our first part break. That is our first part break ever. I don't know. Just eventually. We'll see what happens as the day goes on. Like, I don't know when I'm waking up or anything yet. At least you can dodge that. And I'm dead. Yeah. Don't worry about the time too much. Like, I'll just message you when I see you green. I don't think I'm not planning on streaming Monster Hunter tomorrow, so we'll see. Before reset, after reset, we'll be fine. Don't you worry. Go sleep. Go sleep. That was our first break, though, which is good. Yeah, we can play comp or something. You know what I mean. Just PvP together, fun. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying here. Now go rest. Go rest up. So that was our first break. Night. I might as well gather the redbirds on these runs now. Now that we're starting to settle in a bit. It's an orange bird. The whiffs. The whiffs are insane here. Whiffing everything left and right. You can just kind of walk around that one, yeah. It'll be interesting fighting this without Evasion 5 eventually. That one's delayed. The inwards out is a very delayed hit on there. He's gonna move. I always forget. I got an orange by accident. We'll want to dung bomb him and just move him on out. I think I hit the bug. That one is the worst. I'm just gonna return, honestly, and then reset. Keep the one drop I got off of that. This is a hard hunt. I am still thinking about the Garen Golem one, just for the 360 raw. But like, the difference between having purple and white versus having blue sharpness, though, is probably not a worthwhile trade. This is actually the right way to go, because then we get that last red bird we want. I think. Maybe we don't, actually. That's an orange one, isn't it? That's an orange one. What was I thinking about that? I don't know. Man. Man, I'm just playing bad now. I feel I'm hitting that point. I'm just playing less good, less focused. I'll keep going though. It's only 20 more minutes or so till Colley stream start. And then a bit more. I don't know if I want to jump into Afflicteds to end on this. We're just gonna stick with this. This is our goal right now. Out of range, oh. Man, it's always that move. I need to figure out a better way to handle that move. That has been the #1 killer. Maybe we don't go for the buffs. we just keep trying to get used to this. Like I had that one good run where we got it knocked out, got a knockout sort of thing, and a whole area without taking damage, but that's not the rule yet. There we go. There we go. And immediately into death again. I'm changing my mind. I'm just gonna give people to cscolley the moment he goes live. We can all sit in the waiting room together. It's gonna be almost 4-hour stream. That's pretty long for trying to do stuff like this. Don't go to 10. Oh. And we did make solid progress, so. His roar doesn't last very long, which is nice. Cool. This time he went right away. That's what I like to see. Oh, that's interesting. Dodge a stab. Oh, you don't even have to dodge the second one. You just have to dodge the initial stab and you're fine. That's good information. It's another opening. I gotta die. I took a chip damage happened, have to go down. Because I can't eat for driver. If I could eat for driver, I would, and then we could potentially try to recover it, but it's not an option. Without increasing my health too, so. For sure. Okay, that's a really big opening. Now that I know I don't actually have to dodge the second hit. We could. That might work. If I see it coming before that, we could try vaulting over it. It's worth a try. I just didn't do it fast enough. Interesting, that did dragon damage, though. That wasn't Blood Blight, that was dragon. I have to do it earlier next time I see it. Thank you, Vile. Yeah, we never did end up building out the high defense version, did we? So that's still a set that we could test at some point. The defense 7, Intrepid Heart 2, Divine Blessing 3. Some other skills that enhance defense further. A set of fully upgraded armor. Which is going to break the bank, unfortunately. Heaven Sent from the Amatsu set that we already have to decrease damage further. Maybe we'll look into that next stream, but that'll be after next work cycle, because I'm not going to do Monster Hunter tomorrow. If I do stream anything, it'll be Zelda, but I don't even know that I will yet. I really do like the opening sound, the sound of the area here. worth a try, you know? Alright. That's good. We did the don't get hit for an area, which is hard enough as it is. I mean, dung bomb him. Okay, we're gonna have to dung bomb him again. 13 is arguably a worse area to fight in, with even more bugs. That's better. At least it looks like if you dung him before he engages you, it looks like it gets the flee off right away. Before he aggro's on you. Ah, that delayed one. Oh, that one keeps getting me. The delay on that keeps throwing me off. I kinda don't like it when she flashes him. It's like, I don't know what he's doing anymore. 3 in a row? I gotta die again. Okay. That was the card I just had. And here's the next one. There we go. Nope, too early. Too early. Dang. This hunt's pretty brutal. That we did give it our best try, and we made progress. That's the important thing. Alright, well, wait, there's a few minutes left till he should be going up. He's better about being on time than I am. I'm gonna re-register this set. I was gonna have a look at what we were gonna do. I'm just gonna fiddle around a little bit. So it was need the 3 heaven scents. This had a evade window, which was really nice. And this wasn't important. I was looking at something else for that slot, but I forgot what it was. remember. Like, evade window 5 is just right there. This is the one that doesn't matter as much. It's level 9. I might want to make a new one, but that does have power prolonger on it. Let's just put that on temporarily, 'cause that is a nice thing to have. Then you go for Intrepid Heart. And then you go for a hard defense. Defense. Put them both over here, actually. Get your 2 defenses there. That covers your defense. You've got one for Divine Blessing. Is Blessing a 3 or a 2? It's a 2. There's your Divine Blessing. Chance of having damage. What else matters defensively? Fortify does. Fortify gives you extra defense. Just thinking about things. That doesn't. Embolden does give you 40 defense if with 3. So Embolden is a source of more. Defiance also gives you plus 30. Embolden and Defiance. I think they're like the main things. Yeah, so the idea here is like, how much damage can you mitigate and eat for drivers so that you'll always have red health, and like the minimal health taken so you can just try to help use recovery speed 3 to regenerate it instead. It's like one of these would become a hard recovery duel. Just cap that out. We put in a cornerstone. A cornerstone. There's 5 defense. Another cornerstone for 10 defense. And what was the other one I was thinking of? Embolden. 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 Stack a 4th cornerstone in. We need one more for this. Cornerstone. I don't think I can make one more. I can't. Need a 1 Wrath Gleam. It would just give us 10 more defense than what we have. So we have 1,047. And armor-wise, is this all leveled up to max? Yeah, this stuff is all maxed out. Astalos is not. Or whatever we have on in the middle. Why is Astalos in the middle exactly? Power prolonger, that's right. I mean, I might as well. Cully, why aren't you live yet? That's not quite enough. So we upgrade that. So that's maxed out. So we have 1,095 defense. This is augmented with defense and leap of faith, defense plus, load shells, a slot upgrade, defense plus. So these are all augmented already for defense. This one could do with a different augment for more defense. Not for that though. More money. Need a little more money still. Sell all those useless things. I'm curious how much damage we'll be taking here still. Oh, I can augment for stability. Large increased defense more likely to occur. I didn't mean to confirm that, but okay. Now I really need a better one. Can I get more than 10? 12? Can I get more than 12? This is 36 on it. 15, 4. Let's see. A water resistance. Almost out of these again. I don't know, maybe just are those just for selling? For all I know they are. I get higher than 36. And still keep the speed sharpened. It really doesn't want me to get anything here. See, at least that way you can get one more cornerstone in. And something else. There's 9. There's the 10. Got really lucky with that one. It's a normal augment. Okay. So I don't really want to give up that last. Hold on, what was I looking at? Which one is that again? That's on the arms. Which is there. Like, I could to get more defense, but it's nice having that 2 slot. There's still, like, a bunch of 4s open. You throw on growth for more defense. What else can you do here? What else can you do? This gives you elemental resistance, which isn't really a big deal here. Is there anything else of note? There's Colley's life. I'm going to finish glancing through this stuff here, and then I'll go over there. It's a bit late, 10 minutes late.